Hi, everyone. Oh, I still have the prompt up from last time. Can you tell I'm rushing? I'm dying a little bit. I went for a run this morning, and let's get rid of that. There we go. I went for a run this morning. Very, very presumptuous of me that I would be able to run fast enough to get. And I even knew, like, I didn't do the whole distance I was supposed to do, but still, I tried to do more distance than I probably should have. So I'm still red, which I feel like this is kind of the same as how the last stream started. Because I think I'd also squeezed in a run right before that one. But I feel less prepared this time than that time. At least I had like already done the wheel though ahead of time because I knew this was going to happen this morning. But man, I am still trying to figure out my life now that I go into an office again. It's crazy. Okay. Ugh, my hair's still so wet. But actually it feels really nice because I'm still so hot. So yeah, first sprint, I'll probably go finish blow drying my hair. But how is everybody doing? Good morning. Good evening. People from all over. Hello. Hi, Ingrid. Oh, first time you've been able to make one of these in a while. I'm glad you're here. Good morning here for hopefully the whole time today. Awesome, Laurel. So nice to be here. I've missed reading sprints. Yes. Hello. How's your new job? Is it a big adjustment to be back in the office full time? Yes. Technically, it's not full time. It's 4 days in, and then 1 day I get to work from home. But even still, it feels like the full time in the office. I feel like 4 days is just close enough to feel like I'm in office full time. It was very weird on Friday to be working from home again, even though I'm only 1 week into this new job. So yeah, a week ago tomorrow was my first day, and it went really well. Everybody's super nice. The office is pretty cool. Nice view of the mountains, which is really neat. It's like a little bit closer to the mountains than we are here, which already we're pretty close to the mountains. We're on the mountainside of Denver. And I've been learning a lot about an industry I did not know anything about. So that's pretty cool. Like I have the expertise in my job title, but not at all in like what this product or this like suite of products is. But yeah, and then actually like I wake up a lot earlier now. And I already felt like I woke up like decently early, but I actually start work earlier than I did when I was working from home. I start work at like 8 because I'm trying to avoid that traffic. And then I get home a little bit earlier too, which is nice. Hello, first time to join live. Awesome, I'm glad you're here. Last day of my 2-week summer leave, reading Steelborn and loving it. Nice. I hope you're at least like a little bit excited to be getting back to it, maybe. I feel like 2 weeks, that's enough time to maybe start being like, ooh, I could get back into this. I'm oddly excited for my second week, but I think it's just because everything's so new and different that it's still kind of fun. And also I'm just like in a class for the first 3 weeks for the first 3 days of this week. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm just learning a new software product, which is going to be fun. I love so nerdy. I love school. And it's funny because I did not enjoy taking my master's degree. That I hated. But I think that that's just like the online learning environment that a lot of schools go for, where it's like write an essay basically every week and then post it and then comment on other people's and then respond to comments on yours. And it just like all feels like this very manufactured discussion thing. Anyways, hello, good evening. Hi, Marcella. Good morning. It feels weird to be saying both good morning and good evening. Yes, happy TBR Spin Day. How is everybody doing with their books? I'm caught up. I'm still caught up. I read, despite the fact that my book for this month, for August, was quite lengthy, I've finished it at this point. So pretty happy with that. So mine was Pretty Girls, and boy, do I have mixed feelings about it. Because at first I was like so into it and I was like, this is great. I'm enjoying a thriller again. I haven't like had that feeling in a really long time. And it's just nice because it's like a genre that I like kind of associate my reading with and like my reading personality and my reading tastes with, but I just like hadn't been liking. I didn't dry my hair enough and I'm dripping on myself. So what was I saying? Distracted myself too much. But then one, somebody said it in the comments, I think, of my TBR Spin video, or maybe it was my TBR video for August. But if you're considering reading Pretty Girls, I would check trigger warnings. I don't usually warn of that unless it's like a lot of a thing, and it's a lot of a thing. So if there's a trigger out there for you, I would check on that one. I don't feel like I really have like triggers that I watch out for or anything. But man, it was a lot. It was a lot. And it just kept going for so long. And that part of it, I did not like. That was unenjoyable. And in fact, pretty annoying after a while. So I don't know. But the ending was good. I don't know. I talk about it more, and I mean that's going to be my episode 2, I guess, for her kid. But that's my general thoughts. How's everybody else doing? First time I heard of sprints on another channel, I thought it was going to be someone running. No, the funny thing is I did go for a run this morning, but no, this is reading sprints. So basically we all get together and we like read for 45 minutes, chat during the breaks, read for another 45 minutes. And then mine specifically, the TBR Spin and Sprint. TBR Spin is a like reading challenge. It's a year-long thing. I didn't manage to catch the last few live shows. Glad to be back. Maybe it's time to catch up on the spin books. Only 4 books behind. Nice. I'm also starting a new job soon, and we'll have to figure out going into an office full time. I hope that it's as casual as my office is. My office is very casual. You can do jeans every day. You can do t-shirts, although so far I've been like one step above that, I would say. I ran 2. My face always goes red. I know, my face is so red. I like stood in the shower, like full cold, just like, please cool me down. No such luck. It just comes with time. I can't rush it, it turns out. I'll have to leave in a bit to pick up my grocery order, but I will be back. Awesome. Good morning. Hello. Hi, Amelia. First time YouTube actually gave me a notification you were live. Yay! Which is crazy because I posted this yesterday. Like I scheduled it yesterday. I'm excited to continue reading The Silence of the Lambs while on sprints with you all. Nice. Hello there. Today I went on a lovely hike. Now on to some reading. Perfect. Look at all of us getting fitness in and then reading. I just got back from holiday yesterday in Cornwall. Today I have to go. Today I have just got back from food shopping, so this is lovely. Oh, perfect. Glad that your job has gone well so far. Yeah, thank you. I hope you enjoyed your trip, Sarah. How was it? I had an introverted day for myself today. Nice. That's what every evening's been for me afterward. That's the biggest transition, actually. It's not actually going into the office. It's the time after and being home. It's good because I don't feel like I have to do stuff as much, but it's not as good because I don't like when I work on YouTube is like shifting a little bit. So I'll actually only probably be reading for the first reading sprint today, and then I'll probably be editing for the rest of it. I only just filmed my Herkiad sit down portion of the video yesterday, so I want to get that edited as much as possible. I dedicated it to my hobbies, going for walks, paint by numbers, and yoga, and now reading. Oh, perfect. What a great day. Not caught up yet, but almost. Nice. Yeah, we still have quite a bit of August left. Good morning. I think I'm going to finish my August spin book today, so I'll be ready for September. Love it. Didn't read a word of my August spin book. I was too busy with other books and life, but hopefully I can get caught up again next month. Yeah, there's plenty of time. I'm caught up with, and all my really difficult / long books are finished. Nice. That's exciting. I think I still have 2 long books left. I don't know. Is Malcolm X actually long? It doesn't look that long, but in my head, it's long. It's under 500 pages. So, but just barely. Good morning. I'm all caught up, but ended up DNFing my August spin book. Totally fine. I think I've DNF'd like 2 of my spin books this year. Maybe just 1, but I feel like I usually get 2. Evacuated from my home, as a result of the Hawk fire in North Nevada. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope that your house is okay. And it's just like air and like being super cautious. I'm assuming that they evacuated you. But maybe you were being preemptive. That's what we had to. The only thing I have to compare it to is hurricanes. That's the only thing I've ever evacuated for. But I have evacuated for it a lot. Fortunately, now I don't need to worry about that. Unfortunately, it seems like fires I do need to worry about. So I'm so far behind. I think it's time to accept that there might be some DNFs here. Yes. Yeah, that happens. I'm not caught up, but it is like really refreshing once you do admit something is a DNF and you're actually like, I don't have to read that anymore. Sometimes there's like a feeling afterwards and then you know like, okay, that was the right decision. I'm not caught up, but I am finished, or I finished 6 of my TBR of my spin books, which I'm really pleased with. That is great. That is very good. I'm about halfway through my August book, but I did get my July book finished this month, so I'm almost caught up. Oh, nice. That's awesome. You can count yourself as caught up now because August isn't over, right? I'm now only 3.5 behind instead of 4. Okay, we're getting there. But I have a catch-up plan now that Herkyet is done. Oh yeah, oh my gosh. Congrats, by the way. I am still behind, but I feel like September is my month. Love it. Love the spirit. Love the attitude. In honor of Shorty September, I'm hoping for my shortest book. I don't know what I'm hoping for. I actually think I'd be okay with my longest book. These are the ones that I have left. I think I'd be okay with getting A Brief History of 7 Killings or a swap. I think that's what I want this time. Same. Pretty Girls is like almost too much for me. I don't really understand why it was so graphic. Yes. And like some chapters you would enter into it knowing that like you were just going to be there the whole chapter. Like there was nothing that was going to change about it. And I was like, do we have to do this again? We just did this 2 chapters ago. I'm up to date and plan to read this one before September even starts so I can concentrate on shorties. Love it. I'm starting 2 new books today, Green Dot by Madeline Gray and Then There Were None by Agatha Christie for my ABC challenge. Oh, nice. I love And Then There Were None. I'm not caught up yet, but my library is currently closed for renovation. That gives me a chance to finally read my own books. Yes. Yeah, I've been reading so many library books recently, which is great. Support your local libraries. But it is hard because I've also started like a new like little challenge to myself with my TBR. And it does force me to read or get rid of books on my TBR, which is just like a little series I started with like the last month on Patreon, just to hold myself more accountable, which is working. It's working, but it does make me more be like, I can't read this many library books like I do. I just really need to come to terms with the number of books I'm getting versus the number of books I'm reading for my TBR. Morning, all caught up on my spin books. Nice. Glad to have gotten 8 books that have been on my shelves for over 10 years read so far this year. That is awesome. Yeah, that's my like favorite part about it is just how long these books have been on my shelves and then finally getting them off. Although at this point now the books that I have haven't been on there for like that long. It used to be about like 10 years, but I've been slowly chipping away at those that have been just sitting around. I fell asleep again and woke up thinking I might have missed it. Thank goodness for notifications. Oh, good. I have 100 pages left in A Darker Shade of Magic, my August book, but still 3 books behind overall. Oh, I hope you're loving A Darker Shade of Magic. I feel like this is a really good part of the book to be in. I've applied to a new position at my university, and I think I have good chances. Position is study advisor / study coordinator for biomedic sciences, the program I studied back in the day. Oh, nice. I hope you get it. Hi, I'm reading from Oceania at the moment. Got 3 countries left. Nice. That's exciting. Holiday was lovely. I wish I could show you how beautiful Cornwall is. I've seen like pictures and videos. I love watching like people travel. And it looks gorgeous. I've been away at Arabic school all summer, so I haven't been able to join any sprints. So happy to catch one with you. Your sprints are my favorite. Oh, yay. I'm glad you're here. I actually like going to the office. It helps me separate work and private life better. Yes. Yeah, that is really nice. I do like that aspect of it. Because I do really feel like when I go home, I'm like, it's done. I am done. I started doing puzzles again yesterday. I'm unsurprisingly terrible after years of not doing them. I wanted some more crafty hobbies. Going to also try diamond painting and paint by numbers. Nice. Yeah, I might do a puzzle video at some point. Somebody actually, I posted on my Instagram yesterday because my friend and I got together and we were doing speed puzzling practice at this like board game cafe place. And somebody had responded to it that they were like, oh, I'd love like a video about like what you do and like how you practice and stuff like that, which like I don't think that we have anything that's like groundbreaking, but I do think that there are things that like you just don't really think about that much until you talk to a lot of other people that do it. And then as soon as they say it, it's like, oh, duh. But I also think that it'd be kind of fun, even though it's not book related. I'm back at work and students are back for school tomorrow, so my summer is officially over. Oh, hopefully that's, I don't know. Is it slightly exciting? Sometimes I feel like even the things that I don't love, once I have a long break from it, then I get excited for it again. I loved And Then There Were None. Take notes on who is who though, because it gets confusing in the beginning. I have the green dot but haven't started yet. I hope we love it. Hope you are okay. That sounds intense. Yes. I don't mind DNFing because I'm still reducing my TBR. Exactly. A DNF is a win. We were in the yellow zone, but they closed all the roads. So if we didn't get out when we did, we would have been stuck if the fire continued to spread. It jumped the highway as we were leaving. Oh my gosh. Oh, I hope things are going okay. Trying to choose something to read. Hope last week went well. It did. Thank you, Nicole. I was just talking about it, but yeah, first week went really well. Everybody's super nice. There's a really cool like women's network that they have. Like they have those ERGs, they call them, which is like employee something groups. But basically they'll be like an LGBTQ plus group, a Asian, what is it? Asian something Pacific Islanders. Why can't I think of that? Asian American Pacific. I don't there's that group. There's like a veterans group. There's a bunch of different groups. And one of them is like the women's network. There's one that's just like focused on philanthropy. But the person that like leads it up for the office that I go into like came up to me first day and like welcomed me and like told me about the group, and they happened to be having lunch together on Wednesday. So I had my lunch with them, which was really nice. So yeah, getting to know people already. And then I sit near some people that like work tangentially to me, but not just like not on the same team. And they're also very nice. I have Green Dot out from the library. I don't think I've ever heard of Green Dot before. Now I feel very behind. Amelia says, hi, Nicole. I can't bring myself to DNF a book unless it's truly terrible. I've gotten a lot better about DNFing books. That being said, I did just finish when I probably should have DNF'd. It was, I don't know, it was so tough. And also it could work for her kid. And I was already like on the fence about it. So I was like, I could just keep going. And the audiobook was like fine. I'm trying to finish Vagabonds by Alo. No, I'm not going to try. I was going to try, but I'm not going to try. I'll start the TBR Spin in September. Nice. Love the excitement for Shorty September. I know. I feel like I never get into like the different month of things. Whenever I go on a book buying ban, I also go on a library book ban. Oh, smart. That would help definitely. A wall of corn in Cornwall. Yeah. Happy to be back for more sprints. Last I was here, I had just started The Dark Tower. I'm now in the middle of the third book and loving it. Oh, great. The Dark Tower series, that's a mixed bag toward the end. I DNF'd the first book. Actually, wait, I think I actually finished the first book and then I was like, I don't think this is for me. You should do a live stream for watching the World Puzzle Championships next month. Not sure how that would work with times though. Yeah, I do think that a lot of it tends to be during or while I'm at work, but probably some of it would be before work because world champion. I was thinking of the state. Next state is back in Atlanta, or not state, national. God. But the next one, or what is that they're always in Spain, I think. The world. Yeah, I'm not sure how that or what the times would be. That would be fun. I'd feel bad, I think, because they also do a live stream. But it could be fun to like read while watching them puzzle or something like that, and then like chatting just like whenever. Less like reading sprints and more just like kind of reading, chatting. I don't know. That could be fun. Affinity groups, they don't call them that. Actually, I think they call them ERNs instead of ERGs. My last company called them ERGs, which is employee resource group, and theirs is ERN, employee resource network. Oh wait, maybe that's like the name of the whole thing, and then they have ERGs within it. But yeah, basically. My daughter's middle name is Susanna. I read the Dark Tower series while I was pregnant with her. Agreed, it does get weird at the end, but I liked it. I started reading the Brothers Karamazov, 1,000 pages for familial terms. Oh my gosh, that is quite the commitment for one book towards that prompt. I'm reading Dying of Whiteness. I haven't read that one. I have heard of it though. I loved The Dark Tower. I haven't read anything by Stephen King in a long time. Me neither. Which there is a no wait. I did. Misery used to be on my TBR Spin stack, but it got swapped off for a different Stephen King that I DNF'd. So I guess technically I have read Stephen King somewhat recently, but I DNF'd it. This is my first time joining live from the beginning. So excited to get my September book. Yes. Live stream to live stream. I might be the only one on it with you though. Yeah, for real. It'll just be you and me watching puzzles. All right. The weirder, the better. Bring it on. Love it. Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the spin. We do have 2 possible swaps on the wheel this time. For those of you who are new around here, this is, which one of these do I usually do? I think that's fine. But TBR Spin is a game that or like a reading challenge that I do on my channel, where we pick 12 books at the beginning of the year, or if you're joining later, then any books equal to the amount of months that are left. So right now we should have 4 books because we are spinning for September. And then we spin the wheel. That gives us a prompt, and we use that to pick one of the books on the stack. So we do this in a live show every month. And then we find out what book we're going to read. And for me, I always start with the first reading sprint, reading the book that I get. But that is absolutely not necessary, especially considering we're spinning for September. So this is September's book, not even August's book. And we still have quite a bit of August left. Anyways, here we go. Yeah, I would also be okay with the swap. But I wouldn't mind doing. Okay. I just like wrote more on this to like as clarifying. Okay, swap out a book from the genre you read the most. So of those books that you have left on your stack and the genres you have left represented, what genre do you read the most of? Take one of those off. And then you're going to be picking a book from your larger TBR from a genre that you don't have represented on your stack, or that doesn't match the one that you just like pulled off. And then that's your book for the month. So it's pretty open with what you're picking from your larger TBR. Okay. So I would say that of these, I have 4, I would say, genres on here: nonfiction, thriller, and then I have 2 that I would consider literary fiction. I mostly read literary fiction. So I actually think, despite the fact that this is the book that I most wanted to get from my stack, I think I'm going to remove A Brief History of 7 Killings, mostly because I think I'm going to read it just like whenever I want, rather than as a part of this. Because it does work for her kid. So I do feel like I'm going to be reading it soon anyways, and I don't want to be like beholden to the TBR Spin stack. So by pulling it off, I'll probably be able to read it sooner is my idea. And then genres I don't have. Okay, so I could go fantasy. That would be fun. I could use this as an excuse to start Dungeon Crawler book 6. That could be a lot of fun. I do wish that this matched with one of the books that I was currently reading, but I would say that they are both literary fiction. Oh, wait, technically, I'm also in the middle of a horror short story collection. Okay. No, wait, this is hard. I have so many genres available to me. I kind of wish that I could do nonfiction, actually. I've been feeling like reading one of my nonfictions. Okay, so I could do fantasy. I could do horror. I could do... part of me is like, I should read something that's from my books to read in 2026 because that's what this like stack is supposed to help me with. So I could do like the subtle knife and just finally get to that one and continue in that series, even though it does not help me in Herkiad at all. I don't really want to read a romance. I'm kind of over romance. Oh my gosh, this is actually like too much choosing for me. Okay, I'm gonna go through comments because I can't right now. Why did you stop reading Misery? I've read it twice and liked it so much. Oh, I didn't stop reading Misery. I swapped it off of my book stack and then picked up another Stephen King to replace it. That just like happened to be the way that it worked out, I think. Or maybe it was that it might have been like that I had to swap off something by an author that I had read before. I don't know. I can't remember what the swap was, but I swapped on The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon. That's the book I DNF'd. I have not attempted Misery yet. And in fact, wait, would Misery be considered a thriller or horror? I could like technically read that if it's considered a horror. If it's considered a mystery, I already have that on my stack, so I can't use that. I've nearly finished audiobook Sealed by Naomi Booth. Any ideas with Herkiad 3 prompt I could use it for? Except one word title, use that already. Ooh, depending on the cover, if it's got... I would have to look at the cover because there's like the cover styles one. There's if it's got anything on it that could be like tied to a birth month thing, tied to an animal, tied to food, that kind of stuff. Maybe I kind of forgot about the food prompt actually until like just this moment. Wheel of Fortune. Yeah. Should finish my August book today. Excited for September. Oh yeah. Okay with the swap. We got one. Sarah, I love this prompt. Yes. This is complicated. Yeah, swap prompts do make things more complicated, but also it makes things more fun, especially this late into the year when we've been staring at the same books for however long. Oh no, I'm going to lose The Handmaid's Tale. Oh, sorry about that. It's such a good book. Tough but good. Yes, agreed. I have 4 horrors, but I love horror. I guess I'll swap for a lit fic or maybe sci-fi. Oh, sci-fi I could do. I kind of forgot about sci-fi. This is hard. So now we read the book we swapped into the stack. Yes, exactly. For me, I definitely have to swap in fantasy. Okay. So we've got that decision made. I took out Betty because I read a lot of lit fic and put Death of the Author for sci-fi since I surprisingly had no sci-fi on my stack. Yay! Okay, I'm excited for you because I really liked Death of the Author. I have 3 fantasy books and 1 fantasy horror. Might swap a fantasy book with a sci-fi one. Love that. It'll be going right back on the TBR for 2027 if I don't read it by the end of this year. Yes. Couldn't Philip Pullman books be good for Choose Your Party? Oh, that's a good idea. I do think I also need an extra push to read The Subtle Knife. I have 2 books that I've owned since the year 2020. I no longer have any books I think that I've owned since the year 2021. So now it annoys me even more that I still have 2 books that I've owned since 2020. And one of them is Subtle Knife. So it would be good to like just rip the Band-Aid off. And decide if I really want. I do think I want to continue in the trilogy. I just think it's been so long since I read the first one that like I kind of forgot what I liked about it. Swapping literary fiction for memoir, and we'll be reading A Truce That Is Not Peace by Miriam Toews. That's probably really not the correct pronunciation of her last name, but that sounds great. Mind you, it's like 20 years since I read them. No, I feel like fantasies in general can be used pretty well for the choose your party. And there's another one. Oh, I feel like they're also likely to be able to be used for the not Pokemon Square. So that would be helpful too. This is going to require some thinking. I have 2 lit fics, 1 non-fic, 1 classic left. In my head, when I read just non-fic, it didn't register as nonfiction. And 1 classic left. So I'm taking out one of the lit fics, but what to put back in TBD. Yeah, it's a tough decision. I switched out a lit fic for a thriller. Nightbirds. Nice. I swapped a fantasy for a romance. Love it. Which is also a shorty, yes. I had made sure when planning my TBR that I had every ish genre represented, so this was tough. Yeah, the 4 that I had left were 3 different genres. So I don't actually, I won't say that I try to do this. I just tend to get it because they're like the leftovers on my TBR. I will say though that I probably have more like mystery thrillers that are older on my TBR than are newer on my TBR, just because I haven't been having as much fun with that recently. However, I did finish a thriller yesterday and I had a lot of fun with it, and it had been a long time, and it was a good reminder for me of that, like why I like the genre and everything. So that was really nice. Swapping out a lit fic for the world. The word for world is forest. My first Le Guin. Nice. Exactly. I have so many shorties though. What does count as a shorty? Like how short does it have to be? Under 200? So I feel like under 300, I don't know. When it's close to 300, that just feels like a normal book. I think I'm going to take the nonfiction off my stack, and then what? Yeah, it's easier to figure out what to take off than to be like pulling from your full TBR. These are my husband picks for me, so I'll have to wait until we are possibly able to get back home. Oh yeah. Oh shoot. If you have them all in like a Storygraph or something, then maybe you can pick. Reading David Sedaris's newest. Nice, Sam. I swapped out Nivola, Fantasy for Fates and Furies, Litfic, which I wanted to read this month anyway when I go on vacation. Oh, perfect. Yeah, maybe I should be thinking about just like what I want to read. Why did that not come into my head at all? Oh, sometimes, man. I feel like I'm just because like I could read something that like match it. No, I do think that I do feel like I like using these as an extra push to read something that like I know I want to read soonish, but I haven't yet. I swapped for Icarus by Kay Ankrum. I had it over a year, but I don't read a lot of YA. Yeah, same. For Herkiad 3.0, I like to look through the Pokemon prompt to find a way to fit books into that one. Yeah, I think that'll be like as I read them and it doesn't match other things, that'll just be one of them that I'm more likely to pull from. And I feel like for fantasy, that really helps. Oh, could be a childhood miss. Yes, that is true. I do technically have one that I really like the idea of using as a childhood miss, even though like obviously it doesn't matter, how well a book fits a prompt. But there's just one that like, I don't know. There's something that makes my heart happy about the idea of using it as childhood miss. Which is like a book I don't know if anybody's even like really heard that much about. It's called Jade Green. And it's just a book that was sitting in, also works for green, so that is helpful. But it's just a book that was sitting in like the home I grew up in for like my entire childhood that I never read because I was too scared because it was supposed to be like a slightly scary book. It's very short. and there's something about like how you're not supposed, or how the protagonist isn't supposed to bring green into her uncle's house when she goes to live there. I don't remember hardly anything about it, but I had to like Google quite a bit to figure out what book I was even thinking of. But it just like randomly came to me, and now I don't know. I feel like because it sat there for so long without me wanting to read it, or wanting to read it, but being too scared to read it, I like the idea of going back and reading it for Childhood Miss and for Green. But, you know, who knows? I might not end up using it for that. I have 2 sci-fi books on my stack, 1 lit fic and 1 fantasy. I am definitely reading more fantasy than sci-fi, so I swapped that one out, right? Yes. Yes, the most read, or the genre you read the most of those that you have on the stack. So it doesn't matter if you have like more books representing one genre on the stack, you would swap off the genre you read the most. I'm going to read a Woman in Translation book, as I have 3 A, B, and C arcs on NetGalley from Read the World A to Z New Publications. Nice. Or I could read The Right Stuff. I have to switch out lit fic for anything other than soft fantasy. I don't think I know what the right stuff is. It's pronounced Taves. Is that right? That's how I would pronounce those collection of letters in English. So, and I already forgot wasn't there a W in it? Man. Okay, I'm swapping out lit fic for nonfiction / memoir and reading Love Letters by Virginia Woolf and Vita Sackville West, which got swapped out last month, or last time that there was a swap. That's hilarious. I love that. The Handmaid's Tale was my last book on my list that I'd normally read on my own. Everything else is a book about straight people I've been gifted and need to know if I want to get rid of. That's hilarious. Well, maybe treat yourself to something fun since you had to swap off the one you were probably most into. Under 200 pages, maybe 250 if you feel like stretching it. Got it. I do under 200 pages, but some do under 250. I have to take a lit fic off my stack, and the only one is And the Mountains Echoed by Khaled Hosseini. I need to pick a nonfiction, not fantasy. This is exciting. Oh, good. I'm glad. Okay, going for You Glow in the Dark by Liliana Kalanzi, maybe? According to the blurb, it says, it is short stories, a mix of gothic horror and cyberpunk. Definitely something I don't read a lot of. Oh, short stories. I could also do short stories. No, I think I'll do The Subtle Knife. So I'm reading The Woman in Me by Britney Spears. Awesome. I read that, I think, last year. Everything else is a book about straight people I've been gifted. I know. That is hilarious. I'll be reading Matilda for Childhood Miss. Oh, I love Matilda. I love that movie. If I get to do a second round of Herkid, as I hope, I'll do Heidi. Nice. Oh, like, wait. You're going to go through all of Herkid 3 and then do it again? That's amazing. I basically never read fantasy, so I've been trying to fit general fiction for pocket monsters. I was so scared that I won't be able to do the prompt, and now I am 1 book from finishing that prompt. Oh, good. Nice. I do occasionally read books about queer people, but these are ones I'm not independently excited about for another reason. Without queer people. I was like, wait, that doesn't make sense. I switched out Raven Scholar for The Bitter Twins, book 2 in the Winnowing Flames trilogy. I want to get better at continuing series. Okay, yeah, we'll do it together. We'll continue a series together and read a book too. Yes, it's pronounced Taves. Okay. I'm going to read A Court of Mist and Fury by Sarah J. Maas. I read the first book and mostly liked it, but wasn't super excited. Need to determine if I'm going to finish the series. Okay. I think this is like the determination book too, because I really didn't like the first book and I did like the second book. Yes, that's correct. It's a Mennonite name and the W is pronounced as V. Okay. I thought that there was a W there. I really liked You Glow in the Dark. There were a few weaker stories, but most were great. I can't figure out how to tag people. Teach me your ways. I think as long as you just put the @ and then the same thing, it'll just for them, it'll show up in like the little orange or whatever it is. I totally get that though. I picked up a book by a white straight man at the bookstore recently and was confused. No shade. That's hilarious. Hello. Yep, doing one round of Herc yet, and then I want to do it again, but only reading non-US authors. Ooh, cool. I am done packing for uni for the day. Awesome. Also continuing a series. Okay, yes, we have a good group that's getting together and continuing a series. Gonna work out soon and watch link click while doing so. I don't know what that is. But that does sound fun. And I feel like sometimes the only way I can get myself to work out is if I tell myself I can watch something I like to watch while working out. I guess I'm going with a book of Margaret Atwood's poetry. Definitely no poetry on my stack. And since that scares me, it seems like a good choice. Ooh, okay. I like that idea. Finally decided I will swap a fantasy for a nonfiction. I Am Malala. Awesome. Swapping out a litfic for A Simple Plan by Scott Smith, a thriller. Oh, that's the one that was the movie with Blake Lively and Anna Kendrick, right? I did like the movie. I am reading The Midnight Train and Beartown. Oh, love Beartown. I love Beartown. Is Midnight Train, is that the Midnight Library follow-up, I think? I read a white straight author for my August TBR spin, and I was like, okay, I forgot how much they write about going to the bathroom. Wait, that's so funny. I'm gonna pay attention to that from now on. That's hilarious. That's a new stat. I'm gonna try to account for. I'm starting Discontent Coming from Burnout, but hoping to finish today and start 5, which is a newer book about 5 people. Oh, in the subway, and one will die in the next 5 minutes, and we don't know who. That was an Aardvark book that I didn't get, and now I'm really upset that I didn't get it. But maybe I will for to add into a box for another month. But a coworker of mine from my last company was talking about it during my going away party. Actually, we ended up talking about books for the whole thing, which is honestly the best going away party I could possibly ask for. Oh my gosh, they were so nice. I've worked there for so long, so it was just, I don't know. It was very emotionally overwhelming to hear people say nice things about me and working with me. For oh God, it made my year, honestly. They do it so much. It's so weird. I didn't think about it, but as soon as I read it, I was like, no, that's right. They do. No comment. We need a bingo card. Oh, Link Click is about 2 guys who can go into pictures and change things that happen in the circumstances around the picture. It's a psychological thriller. Oh, interesting. My mom read a book once, or she listened to a book once that was a similar premise to that she really liked and spent forever trying to find again. And that just reminds me of that so much. Okay, got it from Aardvark. Nice. There is a Simple Plan movie. Oh, but it's from 1998. I don't know what I'm thinking of. Oh, A Simple Favor. That's what I'm thinking of. Oh, wait, no, I realize I have another memoir and I should have read already. So now I have to actually pick a genre. Love it. Read 5 and really enjoyed it. Oh, awesome. Great audiobook too. Good to know. Nearly gave me a heart attack. I am only on season 1. Season 3 is currently airing. Ooh. Can we also talk about the quality difference between Book of the Month and Aardvark? It's Stark. I would never go Book of the Month after Aardvark. Yes. Yes. If anybody's thinking about joining Aardvark, you can use the code Freshly for, I think it's $4 for your first box. I'm with them through the end of the year. Have a link that works with them. That sounds like Black Mirror and terrifying. Yeah, for real. I tried to get into 5 and then softy enough. So you're telling me I should try again. Maybe try the audiobook. It sounds like. Okay. Anyways, let's get into reading. I am going to finish drying my hair before it just does this more. And then I'll probably make myself some oatmeal because I have not eaten today. And then I'm going to be reading The Subtle Knife by Philip Pullman, which is the second book in the Golden Compass trilogy. I'm finally going to get to that. Okay, let's get up the timer. And this one? No. This one? No. Wait, why don't I have my What happened to my things? Oh, okay. No, there's just a drop down. I was like, all of my presets. I should really get rid of the ones I don't use because I feel like I click through them every time. Why is that being so weird though? Is that one better? I can't like get the timer in the place that I want it. Okay. You might be seeing me mess around with that a little bit. Oh wait, no, this is fine. This is fine. Right? That's good. Good enough. Okay. And then I will also be updating the Storygraph challenge. So if you follow that, I'll be adding this one to there. And then I'm going to put a banner across the bottom for any latecomers to know what the prompt is, what the very fun prompt is for this month. Anyways, happy reading, everybody. Okay, how did everybody do? I have Zuko on my lap, and he did respond when I asked that. He's being very cute right now. What? Aren't you? Yeah. Okay. All right. He likes when my hair is wet, and I didn't fully blow dry it, so. But he likes to play with it. I don't even know. I was gonna say eat it because he did used to like eat it, but okay, let's catch up. What? Need to watch the latest Link Click episode. Okay, well now I need to watch this. I was cooking during the sprint, but I've made my decision. Out goes historical fiction. Bring Up the Body, swapped by classic lit fic, the posthumous memoirs of Bras Cubas by Machado de Assis. Sounds good. Glad you were able to make your decision. It was a tough one this time. I'm happy with what I lunchtime. Thanks for sprints. Oh, glad you could be here, Nicole. I was glad that I picked this one actually because it started with like a bang immediately. And also I was able to get the audiobook from the library. So while I was making my oatmeal, I started listening to that, and it's a full cast audiobook with Philip Pullman being the narrator. And I had no idea that existed. So this is great. I've been really audiobooking a lot lately. It's mostly because I've been knitting a lot. I'll share the project I've been working on, but I am obsessed with it. That's the one that's like honestly the saddest part about not working from home anymore is that like I can't just be knitting during meetings. Especially also this company, they Zuko's very interested in this yarn. They do all of their calls like on video too, so I already like couldn't anyways, even if it was at home, just because my camera would be on and I just feel like clearly knitting. But oops, didn't mean to hit the mic, but this is what I've been working on and I'm so proud of it. It's going to be a sweater, so this is technically upside down. Please don't play with that. So this will be like oh god, Zuko's falling. There we go. I caught him. Everything's fine. He just went too hard after some yarn without a care in the world. But this is it. So this is where like the neck would be, and then like the curving out is where it's going to join up with the like armpit area. But I'm very excited about it. I'm so happy that like the cables went well and everything because I was so nervous. And this yarn is like the nicest yarn I've ever gotten. It's 100% wool, so I'm very excited about it. And yeah, it's like my favorite thing to be doing. And so audiobooks have been the number one thing for me recently. I found out what shorty month was, and I just planned my TBR for next month. Y'all shouldn't have told me about it. And I now have 18 books on my September TBR. Ooh, maybe I could. That's actually kind of a fun idea. Like maybe I could try to shape my TBR, like still focus on specific things for like the hardest challenges for Herkyed, because I haven't really picked yet. I mean, I guess I do know, like I want to finish off the one I'm already focusing on, the periodic table one, which I think 3 books will have to go towards that. Okay, actually, maybe this isn't realistic because I don't think any of those 3 books are under 200 pages or even 250. So maybe this is a silly idea, but I might look into it. Working on a TBR journal today, might read later. Love it. Hi, Sarah. Hi, everyone. Hello. Hi, Lindsay. I'm glad you're able to make it. I hope you get through all of it. I've never heard of it either. Was this shorty month? Yes. Had to check. I have 50 pages left in the Odyssey. Ooh, big accomplishment. Almost there. I'm reading slow today, but it's okay. There we go. Yes, we need to be okay with slower reading speeds, and I'm not just saying that as a slow reader. But I am mostly saying it as a slow reader. It is kind of crazy to me how slow of a reader I am with how much I read. I know he did finally get down. I think he got annoyed that I wasn't paying attention to him, but he does this a lot. Like he comes and sits on my laps during the reading sprints, and then I'll just leave. And also I think he's a little bit upset because I'm not here working and just able to have him on my lap at all times. So he's got to take advantage. But yeah, he's such a little worm. He's like this like thin, long cat. And he just like flops his body around without any care in the world. And he just expects you to just like always be able to deal with whatever he does. There he goes. I think he's going to the window. I read A Declaration for the Rights of Magicians. Really enjoyed it. Awesome. I read for about 25 minutes and then folded laundry. Good. Bad news, only read 4 pages. Good news. Oh, there are 4 pages of Paradise Lost. Oh my goodness. That book is a lot. Good on you. 4 pages of Paradise Lost is an accomplishment. Reading Long Walk to Freedom with my eyeballs and hope to get to 50% today. Oh, I just finished that was that last month? I don't even remember when that was now. It was last month. Yeah, because I just filmed the sit down portion for my Her Kid video for last month, and I talked about it. But yeah, that was I think my May TBR Spin book. Actually, it just took me a while because obviously it's quite lengthy. I started reading Green Dot. Everybody's reading Green Dot. Wait, maybe you probably were one of the people who mentioned it before. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, the protagonist seems a bit unlikable. But very honest and very funny. I really like books like that. I think it's going to be good. Okay, I'm going to look into what this book is. I read 26 pages of Cocoon and ate lunch, I'm assuming. I'm just reading the ends of part finished books at the moment. That's good. I did get Never Whistle at Night from the library again because it's a short story collection. But like also now they've got like a volume 2 of the short story collection and I have the arc of it. So I really want to read that one, but I haven't finished all the short stories from the first one because my library loan ran out. I did have it as an arc from NetGalley, but I ran out of time on it. So now I'm depending on the library to read it. And I keep just like doing a couple of the stories, but I think because it's a short story collection and it is like quite a lengthy one that like I don't think of ever just like focusing on it to finish it, and I keep pausing it. But yeah, that one I've got from the library again. I'm hoping this is the time and I'm actually going to finish it. And then I think if it's like a book that I own, then I'll just like consistently be making progress. Like for the second book, I'll be consistently making progress, and I won't go through these periods of like not reading for so long, or not reading those books for so long. But yeah, I have a few of those to do, although I have been making progress in it. I feel like just recently I actually finished a book that had been on my currently reading for a long time. Now I can't remember what it was. I know that I have 2 short story collections on it, though, on that list. We'll decide my choice soon, though. Nice. Pausing for dinner, be back soon. Swapped the mountains echoed for a crime, heaven my home. Oh, for a crime, heaven my home. Got it. No reading, but made and had some dinner. Watched end episode of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Fun. I finished a chapter. This book is good, but not a quick read. I'm glad it's good, though. If it's not going to be a quick read, it's better be good. Trying to finish Anne of Green Gables. Only 40 pages left. Oh, so close. I watched part of my episode and started my workout. Nice. It's lovely. What's the pattern? It's called like Moby something. It's by the Petite Knit is the creator. She's on Ravelry. She's like from Scandinavia or something. But I think it's like called the Moby or something along those lines. The Moby sweater maybe. Like MOBY. But yeah, and so far it's been like really easy to follow despite the fact that I don't super know what I'm doing. I read about 40 pages and I have 60 pages left of The Wax Child. Awesome. Thank you. Oh, yes. Thank you so much. I can't believe it's going as well as it is. There are like I did make mistakes in there. I just think they're not super visible, but like I could very easily point them out to you. But that just makes it more homemade. Is there like a specific link you're looking for or something? There's in if it's like a link to download StreamYards, that's in the description, I think, of like any StreamYards video I do. But if I can help, I'd like to. Love to see it. Reading the fawn. It's so dense, stream of consciousness in the main character's head, who is deeply unlikable. Ooh. Also made the decision to read every book that has ever been longlisted for the International Booker. Already 30 of 130 in just based on what I had read already. Ooh, I wonder how. There's probably not that many. I would probably have a ton left to read, but I am kind of curious now. Maybe I'll look through as a Patreon video someday. I plan to start my booktube channel in the next week, but I can't settle on a username. Any tips to not sound lame? I don't know. Some people like to just like go with their name or something close to their name. I do think it helps to have some type of books or reading in it, at least to start, just because then people know right away you're a booktube channel. So if you comment on like other people's pages or you're in the chat here, then people like, if you've got a like Marcella in the margins, it's like very clearly a booktube channel, and then like people know that, and maybe look into your stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Mine was really easy for me because my last name just kind of works with it. I did technically it's a different spelling, but that is how we pronounce it. So freshly read books just kind of works. But yeah, I do think that having like reading or books or something like that makes it clear that it's a booktube channel, at least as you're starting out, is really nice. And then like once channels have more of a name for themselves, then I see them more often like changing it to just like their name or something like that. But yeah, we have something fun. Oh, but if anybody else has any suggestions, feel free to put them in the chat. We have something fun planned for Shorty September 2 coming this Thursday. Fun. Ooh. Last week was first day back at work full time since the beginning of June, and the cats were definitely not loving it. Yes. Fortunately, Curtis still works from home. So they have him. Going to make myself tea. It's finally cold enough for it. Oh, I wish. Still very, very warm here. Oh my God. My run this morning. So hot. I'm such a baby now. I used to run in like way hotter weather with like a ton of humidity in Florida. And now I'm a weakling. I'm doing Shorty September since it started, and it's always so much fun. And I adore Heather's creativity. Okay. I might try to like do some books maybe. This is going to be fun. I might spend the next sprint at the beginning of it just like looking through for like all of the books that I have that would count. That sounds like a book I like. I'm glad to hear green. The green dot is good so far. Not very good with thinking of names, but do let us know when you put up your first vid. Yes, please do. I will, but I'll probably be shy about it at first. Self-promotion is one of the hurdles I'll need to get over. I totally get that. It's the weirdest thing. I didn't tell anybody in my like real life, besides Curtis, obviously, for a while, even like my parents, because I just didn't. And then I remember I had a coworker that found my channel like maybe a year into me doing it. And she told me about it, and she was like, I don't want to make you feel weird or anything, and like I won't like watch or whatever, but like I just want to say that it's really cool that you're doing it and stuff. She was so nice about it, but even still I was like, oh God. And then eventually I did post on like what used to be my personal Instagram that I never use anymore, because I barely post on my book Instagram, so I definitely don't post on my personal one. I finally posted on that one and called out that I like had that Instagram. And that was a big day for me, and I was very proud of myself. Hello. I have a bingo board update. 6 out of 9 done already. Wow. Nice job. I'm a bit worried of locking myself into only booktube. If I decide later I'd like to do some life vlogs or something, but maybe I'm trying to plan ahead too much for something I can change later. Yeah, I do think that is like a good way to look at it, because I feel like I see other book channels that were like clearly intended at the start to be a book channel that like get into other things. And I never think like, wait, why didn't you talk about books more? Or something like that. So I do think it's better to actually like go towards a niche like BookTube first, because you'll find your people that are at least interested in that thing, and then a lot of those people will like you for your personality and stuff, and then like as you do other stuff they'll be interested in that stuff too. And I think that's easier than keeping it too broad, and then to where like people don't know exactly what you do, and so like even if they see a video they like, they might not be as likely to subscribe if they're like, oh, but that's like a one-off thing or something like that, if that makes sense. I've had all the same thoughts that you've had though. So you're in good company. I think most people have when starting. I totally get it. I just checked out the printable stickers for Shorty and I am down. Love it. I've been on BookTube for 3 years and still never told anyone in real life. I know it's hard. It's really hard. I've had my channel for 4 years now and no one in my real life knows. Wait, I love this. I love this that we're all sharing this. Yeah, I think it was 3 years in when I told people, and it was literally because I got to go to that Booker event, and then it was starting to be weird that I was like, yeah, I'm flying to the UK to go to the shortlist announcement for the International Booker, and now I'm going to explain to you what this thing is and like why I was able to go. And like it was finally like, okay, wait, maybe I should say something. That was officially when I was like, okay, I'm going to start talking about this thing that I'm doing. But and like everybody in my real life has been super like nice and supportive about it. Like they think it's like cool. They will ask you how many subscribers you have, which is always like a weird thing to me to be like, yes, this is a thing that I just know all the time. When I started my last job, one of my colleagues found out about my bookstgram and told the entire regional board during a quarterly meeting. I was mortified, but some of them actually still follow. Well, that's nice. But yeah, I wouldn't love that. Also, I never really promote my channel because I like keeping it smallish. There is a beauty in having a small channel. But also I'd love to be able to work like part-time, like in a real like in life job and then part-time on YouTube. Like that's my dream, is like to make enough on YouTube to where I can work part-time in regular life. And then do part-time on YouTube, because then I could make the videos that I'm like more excited about making that take more time. But also it's not like everything. Yeah. You have to watch Heather's announcement videos. It's hilarious. Okay, I'm gonna do that. This is how I'm spending at least the start of my reading sprint. I appreciate the camaraderie in this anxiety about channels. I'm checking out all of your channels. Yes. I actually thought about in the margin, since my name is also an M. Yeah, true. It could be like a collection. Now I'm considering doing BookTube if all of you are not getting caught. Right? You can do it and no one will know. It's still to this day, that coworker is the only person that has ever just like organically found my channel. And if I wasn't, especially like if I wasn't posting on like Instagram and stuff, because obviously I told like people that I know personally follow that Instagram now. So, but otherwise they would not have known. And for her, it was only because she watches BookTube. So like, you know, all it takes is one time for me to pop up in the side and for her to recognize me. People will find you now, Marcella, now that you are doing her again. I heard YouTube is changing the monetization rules in the new year, and it'll be much harder for new channels. Oh God. It's already difficult too. I won't lie to you. But if you have fun doing it, it doesn't take long to get sent free books. And that was my goal at the beginning. And I feel like that was a good achievable goal. At first it was like NetGalley books. If I could just get them to approve me for NetGalley books. And then it was if I could just get them to send me books, which they might already do. Or did you say that you had an Instagram already? Which other booktubers do you watch? Oh gosh. A lot of the ones that are in these comments, honestly. So Sarah, Marcella, Nicole was here. I'm in her, I was in her lives every Monday, but then now I work in an office. So at some point, I'm hoping that I'll feel relaxed enough there to like pop up Nicole's reading sprints on my like iPad or something while I'm working, because I do use it while I'm working, but it does feel crazy to be like on YouTube while I'm working. But also, oh, who else do I watch? I'm really bad at names of channels, actually. Like, it's there's a lot of like new ones that I just started following too, that I've been like watching through their backlog a lot, like new to me. Okay, I might come back to you with that on our next one, just because we're already done with this break for quite a bit. And also, I can't remember the names of any of them right now. I'm trying to just like look through my recently watched. That's probably what I'll do. When we come back, I'll just go through the ones from my recently watched. I've been thinking about doing photo booth style booktube videos for at least a year. You should do it. That'd be so fun. Same. I want to make enough where I am part-time, but I do like that it is small and personal. Yeah, that I think is like the ideal. Getting caught. Yeah, that's hilarious. Pick your channel name carefully, as I put mine in as a placeholder. Now I'm stuck with it. They are doubling the watch time requirements. Oh my gosh, that was so hard to hit, because I think it was 4,000 hours over a year time span, and it was like rolling. So like, oh, when you would lose like a month of watch time, that was like a really good month, but it just hits that over 12 months ago. That was heartbreaking to see like that number like drop. I haven't had anyone find me, but I posted some of on my Instagram, and I remember sitting in class and someone scrolling YouTube and seeing my video, which was startling. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Instagram's harder because that's tied to your phone number, and so I think that even like your contacts, it'll show up as like your you might know this person. So that one is easier to be caught. I have a Bookstagram and have for about 6 years, but was never brave enough for YouTube, even though I've lurked on BookTube for over a decade. Yeah, I started with I started with YouTube. I'd love to see a video sometime of your favorite booktubers, especially smaller creators. Yeah, I should do a video of that. Actually, that would be really great. Because I'm a librarian, I had NetGalley for a decade, even without any following anywhere. Nice. I'm glad I have it now because it's so much better for her kid. Oh my gosh, yes. It's 8K now for view time. I think subscriber count is also higher. Yeah, subscriber count was 1,000 subscribers. Which I thought that I would hit that second, but I hit that first, and like way before I hit the other requirement. I recently changed my name because it didn't have my name in it, and that is much nicer for when I'm in lives like this. Yeah, that's true. That's one thing that I wish that I had a little bit, was that it had my first name in my channel name. Oh no, now the anxiety is back. I mean, you can change it. It's just getting the word out that you've changed it is a little challenging. Yes. Yes, you can change it. I haven't caught up yet, but the sweater is so nice. I love cables. Did you finish the last one? No. No, I did not finish my practice sweater. I got too excited about my real sweater. And so I'm just hoping, and actually it's made like so differently that I'm really glad that I stopped, because there was no point in continuing with that. I feel like I learned what I needed to learn out of it, and I was just like prolonging getting started on the real one. I'm probably going to frog that entire thing, which is for anybody that doesn't know, it's just taking the yarn back out so that it's just like regular yarn again. But it's called frogging because like when you take it out, it almost like makes like a ribbit sound. So I think I'm gonna frog that project and then use the yarn maybe for something else, just because like it's a half-made sweater with no sleeves. Anyone who has a booktube channel, drop an emoji here because I can't keep track and I want to follow everyone. Oh, that's a great idea. Yes, please do. I feel like, because I generally have an idea just based off names of channels, but I don't always know. So there might be some channels I haven't like looked at yet. So I would also like that just personally. Yeah, you can always change, but I always remember people's old channel names instead of the new ones. Yeah, it is. I do think it is a little bit challenging, but I don't think it's like a channel killer to change your name. But it might slow things down for a little bit in the meantime. So I'm hoping to like only do a channel name change once if I ever do want to do it. I wonder how my clingy cats will react to me going back to work tomorrow. Yeah. Have you guys seen the garment? I love it and I want to knit it. Oh, no, the garment? Okay, well, another thing to look up. Okay, perfect. Love it. Love the emojis. Okay, let's get back to reading. I'm gonna be looking up whatever the garment is. I'm gonna make sure that I have my YouTube watch history so that I can tell you about the booktube channels that I tend to watch right now or that I'm into right now. And then I'm gonna edit. No, I'm gonna look up the shorties and then I'm gonna edit. Perfect. Happy reading, everybody. And we're back. That was reading sprint number 2. How did everybody do? Also, I have so few people following me. It's not a big deal to change. Yeah, true. I feel like if you go through the change earlier, then it's not such a big deal. I also think if you go through the change when you've got like a huge channel, then like it's more likely to get out there because you're more likely to be recommended still and people will notice. I don't know. I will change my PFP profile picture soon. It needs to change because it was my favorite ship from 8th grade. Love it. I'm taking notes of usernames and will follow from my new channel, everyone. Yes. Yes, absolutely. And Sarah. Got home from a walk with my mom just as the last chatty bit ended, trying to settle down now and maybe actually get some reading. P.S. Don't tell anyone in my real life. You got it. Yeah, so for me, thanks everybody. I just looked into the Shorty September and I watched Heather's video and I think I'm gonna participate. I mean, the stickers of it all, you know? And also I liked the idea of doing like trying to get to some of the tougher books or some of the tougher challenges that I have, but the small books that I have for those. So I thought we could, if there's time in this break, we'll go through the ones that I just pulled from my shelf that I'm thinking about. I finished dinner now, almost 50% of the way through Shadow Speaker by Nydia Okorafor. Oh my gosh, how are you liking it? That's a quick read. This is absolutely a username for my favorite show in high school. Love it. I only read about 15 pages, but I put lunch in the oven and did some cleaning. I was reading Piranesi. I have no idea what's going on in this book. Maybe one day I'll pick up Piranesi. I just really didn't like Cersei, so and I also just don't think it's a book for me. But sometimes the way people talk about it, I'm like, well, maybe. What was August's secret prompt on Herkyed? August's prompt, like the side quests, because I think secret prompts were technically from version 2. Now we have side quests. But the side quests for August were, or are, I guess I should say, either to read a book with blood on the cover, or I think it's like ice or frozen or frost or something like that on the cover. I'm pretty sure. I read 36 pages. I'm feeling snacky. I'm feeling snacky too. I'm doing all plays for Shorty September because I never get to them. Yeah, I also do like the idea of just getting through like a bunch at once. And if I prioritize the tough ones for Herkyed with the short books, then I get through a lot. And also I make a lot of progress on the stuff that I'm more intimidated about. I hated Piranesi. Oh no. Why am I not surprised? You know, I'm easily influenced, specifically by people in my live stream. Not my favorite Okorafor book. I preferred Binti. I haven't read Binti yet, so I'm excited. So far, it feels like the plot hasn't started yet. Yeah, I would say that's true for probably like most of that book. But that's something that I am okay with. But now thinking about it in those terms, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Got it. I did snow on the cover. Nice. I did blood on the cover for mine. I am failing at reading. I've cooked and eaten dinner, though, and done a few boring admin tasks now to reading. I mean, those are the less fun things to do. You got them out of the way. Made it to 80% in my book. Nice. I think Piranesi is the best fantasy of modern times for some balance. Interesting. I don't know. I think because it's so highly talked about, it's why I want to read it at some point, but I don't know. I'm going to read the book of the unnamed midwife for the secret prompt. Icy landscape on the cover. Nice. I like Shorty September because you can decide pretty much for yourself how strict you want to be. Yeah, I don't even know if I want to do the genre, or like not the genres, the prompts that Heather has for him and everything. But like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. But I just pulled some books and I was like, these are short and these go to like some tougher things, or like things that are like a challenge rating 4 or challenge rating 3 that I've deemed for her kid. Oh my gosh, I'm so stupid. Cersei correlated in your mind. They shouldn't be. You're right. You're so right. I was thinking of Achilles, Song of Achilles. Sometimes I mix up Song of Achilles and Pure Nessie in my head. I'm also, I think because aren't they both like vaguely connected to mythology? I mean, probably Song of Achilles more so, but I can't remember it. But I think that's why I mix them up in my head. But I was thinking of the wrong book. You were right about that. I made it 66% in my book. Only 101 pages left. Nice. Is this officially? Did you do it? Is this your channel name? I'm excited. I like the idea of focusing on short reads for a month, tackle a lot of prompts at once. Yeah, exactly. And then I can like be a little bit more jumping all over the place rather than like just focusing in on one area, at least for a month. And then I'll probably go back. Because I do plan on doing that like every so often. So I think now the longest book I'll be reading is The Subtle Knife. And also I might still end up reading Big Little Lies because I'm going to see Leanne Moriarty. So it'd be cool if I could do that by the end of this month, but I don't think that that's going to happen. I already have like 3 other books that I'm in the middle of, plus now Subtle Knife. So probably won't happen, but we'll see. I've been reading like fast recently, but like I'm reading The Salt King. That's long. I literally just started Yesteryear last night. And then I'm trying to finish Never Whistle at Night, which I'm like halfway through. So there's a chance. But yeah, so I think that's the only like big books I like have to read. Technically I have Cross Stitch by Jasmina. I'm blanking on her last name. But that is for my in-person book club. And I think that the book club for it is in September. So I would have to read it. And it's 256 pages or something. And I think that that's fine. I think I'm gonna count it. Okay. After hearing some of the comments, I realized Google did not give me the full challenge description. I will be watching Heather's video and adjusting accordingly. Yes. I didn't think Pure Nessie was bad, but I don't think it's as good as the hype. Yeah, it's hard to be. I mean, that book is very hyped. I can't imagine it like living. It's so tough. Yes, it's my Bookstagram name, and I felt too. Okay, that makes sense. But that also is helpful too. So, yeah, exactly. Brand consistency is a good idea. I also do the same for Instagram and everything, actually, which is really nice because then I get to say in my outro that it's all under the name Freshly Read Books, blah, blah, blah. Got Yesteryear from the library yesterday. Oh, perfect. I actually loved Pure Nessie. It feels like a quiet, contemplative fantasy mystery. I really liked Cersei, for the record. Ooh, okay. This gives me hope. So for some reason, when people like a book that I'm thinking about reading and don't like a book that I did read, and I, for whatever reason, equate those things in my mind, those books in my mind, it makes me more hopeful. Okay, Pure Nessie's coming around for me. Yesteryear, can't wait to hear your thoughts. Go into it thinking of it as a literary fiction and a character study, not a thriller. Yes, are people saying this is a thriller? I was not thinking of it as a thriller. I am thinking of it as there's going to be an unlikable main character. And yeah, I guess character study is right, exactly where my mind is at. I have seen like quite a few clips of the author saying a few things that I very much agree with in writing and in reading. So that's made me very excited. And the complaints that I've heard from people not liking the book, I feel like are things that I will like about it, if that makes sense. So I'm very hopeful, but I'm also very nervous because it is, once again, a very hyped book. I'm glad I have an uncommon first name, so it's a bit easier to use in a handle. Yeah, true. I was second subscriber. Oh, excited for your first spin. I think Pure Nessie is most like I Who Have Never Known Men. I'm convinced it's an influence. Okay, wait, this is... I did not expect to be influenced to read Pure Nessie today. That's hilarious. It was marketed by some as a thriller mystery, which is not the case. I love an unreliable narrator and morally gray characters. Yes. And character-driven novels, so I enjoyed it. Yes, I love all those things, which is why I'm hopeful. I did say that I would go over some
channels that I've been watching recently. So I'll just go through a couple of them super quick and why specifically. So of the big channels, like the very large booktube channels that I watch, which I won't go into why I watch them because I feel like they're big enough. But Books and Lala, Gavin Reads It All, who did a name change. He changed the name of his channel, I think like a year ago, maybe. And I'll only associate him with. I actually had a terrible time remembering his first channel name, so and now his new channel name I can remember a lot easier. Becca and the Books and Gabby Reads. Those are all like very large, I would say, booktube channels, and I watch them fairly regularly. My favorite new channel, she's pretty small, like definitely less than 10,000, I would say less than 5,000 maybe, subscribers, is Life with Fee. Her editing is so good. Like we don't read the same books. And actually I always follow booktubers either because they're editing or because of our similar tastes in books. We don't read the same books at all. But her editing style and her personality are so fantastic. I love it so much. And she also does like a clear your cart type thing. Anything where it's like tackling reading, TBR is just something that I love. So yeah, Life with Fee is probably my like largest recommendation out of this, especially since I think she's like the smallest of the ones that I like quickly wrote down. Kalila D, I've been watching quite a bit recently, which I think she's been blowing up, which is probably how I found her. Or maybe not like blowing up, but like gaining a lot of new viewers, but also her editing and just like the way she talks about books. She's very good and very articulate about how she talks about books, and we read a lot of similar books. A Wild Unicorn, Una, like Yoona, and then but it's like it's like unicorn. But her book recommendations are top tier. She has great book rec videos. She has a ton of them. So like during Pride Month, she'll have a ton of like queer recs. Recently she had like a women in translation recommendations. She's great. Then Sunny Kim I really like. Also don't at all read the same books as her, but her editing style is really fantastic. Throne of Pages is great for challenges. She does a lot of challenges. I don't like watch every video that she posts, but I will jump in and out depending on like what challenge it is. Phil Got Books, I think that's the name of his channel. He's definitely gaining like a lot of viewers recently, and I feel like he's like more recently gotten into reading in general, which is kind of like a fun perspective. But I will say it does feel more dude focused, if that makes sense. So that one's also one I like jump in and out of. And then Olivia Reads a Latte has a great TBR clearing series that I like. Oh, Emmy has a great TBR clearing series that I like. You can tell I also really like TBR clearing series. And then Leah Crumpton, I just started watching her channel, but I think that she's actually I think she's got like tens of thousands of subscribers already. But her book recs are good. Okay. But yeah, that was my super quick rundown of people. And then also, I will say again, the people in this chat, which I know you've already written down their channels' names, but I very much watch them. Okay, and whoever's first, because 10 minutes ago I had none. Oh, yay! I finished season 1 of Link Click, and I can't understand how people could have waited for season 2. I need to watch this show. I was third. I'll love it. You are the best. Subscribe to you as well. This community is the best. It is, right? The 5th. I never thought to compare Pierre and Essie and I Who Have Never Known Men, but now I see it. Ooh. Glad I now have a backlog to watch of all of your channels, especially since I finished theirs a while ago. Oh, I love that. Yeah, Gavin was How to Train Your Gavin, which was so smart and relevant. That he changed because he shifted his reading focus. Yeah, he used to do like more middle grade. And I remember being like, I don't think I'm like really into that. Like, I don't read any middle grade at all. I barely read YA. So, but I did really like his like reading all of, this series. And he also does a lot of like tackling his TBR and stuff. Although I get so overwhelmed by the number of books that he has. I like the way Becca does hers because she focuses on like a stack of books, because I also get overwhelmed by the number of books she has. Just as a viewer, I get overwhelmed. But because she focuses on like a stack, or like the stacked book area in her place, like then it feels more manageable and focused. I also watch books in Lala. You may like Emmy reads. Yes. No worries. I knew what you meant. Yes, I also really like Emmy. Emmy reads videos are always so good, even if I wouldn't read the book. Yeah, she's great at how she talks about books as well. Do you all think that if I'm not drawn to mythology, that Piranesi, that you would like Piranesi? Hot take that I didn't love Song of Achilles, but I think because I did it on audio. Yeah, the reason I don't want to read Song of Achilles is because I didn't like Circe. And then I mixed up the books. But also, I don't tend to like specifically books that draw from Greek mythology. Like if it's mythology of like other countries and I don't really know it that much, like then I have more of a fun time. But yeah, I like Emmy reads a lot. Yes, she's awesome. I just got here, and wow, this month's prompt is so difficult because I had such a variety of genres on my stack. Yeah, I think of quite a few people had like 4 genres represented by the 4 books left. Does the reappearance of Rachel Price count as YA? I think so. I'm pretty sure that's a YA. Love it. Let me know if I missed any. I love mythology, and I'd say Piranesi is mythology inspired at most. Okay. Love it. Ingrid was the first. Emmy is so great at describing books. Yes, exactly. Her videos are always so calming too. Yes. I didn't read Circe because I didn't like Song of Achilles. My fave small booktuber person is Stacking Pages. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she hasn't posted for a bit. That's a good call out, though. Looking them up too. I just reserved it for my library. Everybody's talking about this book, but I don't want to buy any new books right now. Yeah, good call. Good call. Oh, yes, Lexi. Oh my gosh, yeah, I did a oh my gosh, actually there are a few people that I started watching because I did the Reading Rebellion, and Lexi was one of the ones that was in that, which is really cool. Actually, I just like it turned out that in my copy of The Subtle Knife, I had my bookmark from that readathon. And I didn't know where that had gone, but I guess I stuck it in the first page of this and then never started it. I guess I've meant to start it at some point. Nathan's Nook. Oh, I don't know that I've heard of Nathan's Nook. I'll have to look that up too. Let me star that for myself for later. Okay. I was gonna go through some shorties that I'm thinking of, but I think we should jump into. I think this is gonna be the last reading sprint for today. Sorry, the chatty parts were very chatty today. I've been very chatty today. But this I think will be our last one for today, and then maybe we'll go over. You can see a sneak peek at what I think is going to be on my September TBR, which I didn't mean to create in this live stream, but I guess I am now. So, anyways, happy reading, everybody. Okay, that was our last sprint for today. So we will chat for just a little bit longer so I can catch up in the chat. And then I'm going to go over the books I think I'm going to be reading for September, or some that are on the list. I don't know which ones will be on the official TBR yet. I haven't decided. But let's catch up in the chat. I'm assuming this is your list of people to watch, of booktube channels to watch. Love that. Okay, I definitely need to check out Nathan's channel. We are all chatty today. Yes, good, because clearly I was. I don't know why I have like so much energy. It's funny, after the first day in the office, after Monday, I got home and I was like, I don't know if I can do this, because I felt so drained, like so wiped after that. But I think a large part of that was just because it was day one and I was in a new place that I had never been to before. And it's like two buildings and they're pretty substantially sized offices. This company that I work for now used to be headquartered out of Silicon Valley, and now it's headquartered out of one town over in Colorado, which I think is kind of funny. But just to give you like the idea of the scale of it, it's obviously not like Google sized or anything like that, but it's still quite large to get used to, and get used to where everything is. And then obviously I was meeting a lot of new people. I was learning a lot of new terminology. You get to learn, when you work in software, you learn about 12,000 new acronyms. I'm sure it's the same in a lot of other companies too, but like not just software companies. But yeah, so I think my brain was just full. Is really what happened on Monday. But now I feel like I'm going the other way, where I have like a lot of energy, despite the fact that I've been doing that all week. So yes, Throne of Pages for her classics, Rex. Yeah, that's true. She does talk about classics a lot. And Freya Valerio and Jamie Falk for both of their fantasy Rex. Wait, is Jamie? I think I know Jamie. I'm so bad at knowing the channel names. I needed a whole reading sprint to like look up the ones I actually watch. And I watched those ones, like the ones I mentioned, most of them, I watch like most of their videos. But there are also just a ton of YouTubers I watch. Yes, I also do just love YouTube in general. So obviously like puzzling stuff, I watch a lot of, and then what else? I do watch some like news commentary. I don't know what to call that. But Matt Bernstein, I watch like every video he comes out with, which are technically like podcasts, but I watch them as videos. And Adam Conover from Factually. It's kind of like similar. What other? Now I can't think of anything, but I have like a lot of channels that I watch, like every video they make. Song of Achilles and Cersei are zero relevant to Pure Nussie. Okay. We're all chatty. It's just a vibe this weekend. Sarah, thanks for the space to do it. Okay, good. I'm glad. Also for bigger ones, I love Rachel Catherine. She's from Australia, right? I feel like I've seen a video of hers before. I don't read fantasy almost ever, but Jamie's great at videos and so calming that I still always watch. I adore Lover of Pages because she mostly does literary fiction, which is rare on BookTube. Yes. I do feel like there's like this weird romance booktuber to contemporary fiction to literary fiction pipeline that like some booktubers make it through, and there is nothing more exciting than seeing that happen, because I think that like eventually once you read enough romance, like you run out. But I think that's like the entry point for a lot of people. I also think fantasy is the entry point, or thrillers are the entry point for a lot of people into like getting back into reading if they like didn't for a long time, and now like as an adult getting back into it. Or like a young adult, I think, especially for like the romance readers, which I mean, like I still read romance. That's not to say like I don't anymore. But I actually had to like go through a period where I'd never read it, and now like I can enjoy it from time to time again. But I do feel like I see this happen, and it's something that like I always root for. Like when I start seeing like a romance reader, a primarily romance reader, start reading more like contemporary fiction, I'm like, ooh, what do you think about that? Did you like those books? And then when it starts being like, they start reading like I Who Have Never Known Men and things like that, which are very like, that got like very popular on TikTok and stuff. So like it was hitting more readers. And then like they really love those books. And I'm like, oh, okay. we need you over on our side. There's not enough readers, especially like reader content creators that are reading literary fiction. And they were readers or two friends doing a book channel. Oh, I do think I've watched some of their stuff, specifically. Like, I don't think I'm subscribed to them, but I think that I have watched videos that are like relevant to books that I've read and I like wanted more thoughts on. I need to look more into their channel though. That's been more like I look up a book and then I like watch a few videos on it. They read a lot of translated work. Yeah, that makes sense for me. That's how I found them. Their most recent video is comparing the new Odyssey movie versus epic versus source material. Ooh. Another small booktuber I like is Ellen Made Book Club, not a book club. Oh, okay. I'm going to star that one. Got to look into that. What types of videos do people like best? Planning ahead. Me, I love watching anybody work on clearing out their TBR. That is like the most satisfying thing in the world to me. I do like recommendation videos, but I don't tend to click on a channel for the first time because of recommendation videos. It's usually like, oh, I trust them already and I know we have similar tastes. And then if they come out with a recommendation video, I'm definitely watching it. But I mean, if it was your channel, I would watch that. Obviously, I know your taste now at this point. And I feel like we have a lot of overlap. Yeah, I think reading challenges, obviously. I love watching reading challenges. So that's a big one. I think those are my big ones. I don't watch a lot of TBR videos, but I really like making TBR videos, I've found. I don't know why that is. Ate lunch and only have 13 pages left of Anne of Green Gables. Nice. You're so close now. Made it a quarter into Sula, which is my bookception from On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous. Wait, did I read Sula already? Because I have On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous. Actually, I think I know what I'm going to be doing. I read One Perfect Couple by Ruth Ware, and she has Rebecca in that one, which I also own. So I think that's going to be my one. Also, she mentions The Woman in Cabin 10, which I think is hilarious. And then there was one other one that was mentioned in it, but I'd already read it. Oh, I can't remember what it was. But it was a good one. Can't remember. Read about 3 more chapters. Nice. I just finished the TBR journal spread. It's only 100 books I had restrained. That is a lot. And very impressive. The first few days of a new job are always exhausting. A lot of information to absorb. Yes. Yeah. So right now I'm just trying to like make sure I get my Herkyed videos, the Patreon video that I've been trying to do for a bit now. But I filmed the makeup part of that one yesterday as well. But also, oh my gosh, editing this video, the way that I chose to start it, I kind of forgot, even though I filmed it literally yesterday. And it's the silliest thing. Also, Klaus is very heavily featured in it. He really wanted to be in this one. But anyways, my cat Simba jumped on me while I was reading to push his little wet nose in my face. I like how I was trying to add the word sweet in there, his sweet little nose, because that sounds adorable. But yes, that happens a lot. Almost done with my book. Thanks for the sprints. Oh, good. I'm glad. During the last sprint, I listened to an audiobook. My eyes were a bit tired after 2 sprints. Strange Sally Diamond. Nice. I made some progress on other books. This has been super helpful. Thanks. Oh, good. I'm glad. I follow Elliot Brooks for her fantasy recommendations. She also has a manga channel called Full Metal Analysis. I wanted to make it too much like anarchist. Or not anarchist. Now I can't. Full Metal Alchemist. God. Okay, that's another good rec. I think the shift to see people move from more thriller/romance focused popular reads to litfic memoir backlist is so fun to hear about. Yes, it's like so exciting to watch because I also feel like I went through a similar thing, but more from thriller perspective than from romance perspective. And it got like thrillers got me back into reading, and then which. I mean, I guess I was always reading like regularly, but just like thrillers got me back into like reading a lot. Reading has always been, I've never gone through like a period where I haven't read like at least 20 books a year, which I think is probably outside of like booktube where like regular readers are at.
For Litfic Booktuber, I really like Plant-Based Pride. Yes, I did recently find her channel, and I do really like hers. I find it odd when channels are one genre. I'm too greedy. I want to taste all the flavors. Yes, agreed. And I also kind of believe that any channel that is one genre will eventually become more genres, because I think that like eventually you just need to read other things. I also think that reading just one genre all the time is like bound to put you in a book slump, even if it's literary fiction, because that has happened to me. Whenever I read straight Booker books, I'm typically in a reading slump by the end of it because I just focus on those and nothing else. Love TBR work or unhauling videos. I also enjoy try chapter videos. Ooh, yeah, try chapter videos are nice too. Yes, a lot of good suggestions for BookTube. A line that called me out in my current read. When I could still read, I read a lot. Now, every time I pick up a book, I get through the first paragraph, then switch to literary analysis on YouTube. That's great. Do you read Jack Edwards? I've watched Jack Edwards. He's a channel that like I don't know if I'm subscribed to him or not. I wouldn't be surprised if I was subscribed to him, but I don't watch his videos very regularly. I really liked his series when he was doing like reading books that like a celebrity like happened to like post about or whatever, and he would like read, 2 or 3. I thought that was like a fun way to, I don't know, find new books and stuff. And very interesting. But I since then haven't really watched a ton of his stuff. But I do know that there's a lot of crossover in what he reads and what I read. So I feel like that is helpful. But I also think that he's been like doing other stuff, right? He's like mainstream like media somehow. Like it's crazy, which is so cool to see somebody from BookTube do that. So yeah, I see him like pop up on like Instagram Reels every once in a while, like talking to like celebrities, and it's like, whoa, this is crazy. But I do think he wrote a book, right? So I'm not sure if you're asking about that. Or oh, never mind. I see now. Watch. Okay, good. Yeah, I think he wrote something at some point. But I haven't read it. Peru's Project. She reads a variety of genres, but mostly fantasy. Yes. I also really just like her style and vibe in general. 70 pages left. I'm determined to finish this today, but also I have to run some errands. I hope you have time for it. I've only this year gotten into BookTube, much to my partner's dismay, apparently costing him too much money. It's not my fault. I keep finding more books to add to my TBR. I know it happens. My cat came to visit, and I also sat with him for a bit. He's the outdoor cat from before, and now he's so comfortable with me. Oh, good. Fantasy booktubers tend to also cover sci-fi and horror a lot of the time. Yeah, that's true, which is great. Almost forgot to mention Jessica's library card. She does fantasy, sci-fi, and horror. Oh, I don't think that I have heard of her, so I will look into her as well. Okay, so, oh my god, everything's fine. Some books that I'm thinking I'll be reading in September for Shorty September. So I wanted to do less than 200 pages, but turns out on my bookshelf, I don't have a ton of books that are under 200 pages. But 250 pages, however, I do have some. So firstly, I've got Philosophy of the Home, which is a nonfiction. And I think just like about the way our home, I don't know, feels to us and like how it impacts our thinking and our life. Is generally how I actually, it was in one of these reading streams that somebody suggested this one or said that they were reading it. They might not have even like recommended it. They just said they were reading it. And I looked into it and I was, I really liked the sound of it. So, and then this also works for my Herkyed mashup. So I don't think that I've specifically said anywhere, I'm saying it in the video that's coming out next on my channel, but I haven't actually said it yet, but the mashup that I'm doing is going to be nonfiction and books that are from outside the US, UK, and Canada. So that's from Herkyed 1. The nonfiction is from Herkyed 2. So this is going to be one of those books, as is actually another one, Persepolis. I actually don't know if that's the right pronunciation. But this was another recommendation from these reading sprints. And then
The publisher of this one, which is Pantheon, was doing another publication round of it, and was like in their influencer program, they had it as an option to request, which was great. So I requested it, and I almost bought it. Like, I mean, maybe a month ago, but I was like, I had bought too many books that month already, so I stopped myself. And now I'm really glad because I like just got it from the publisher. I'm so excited about it. But this also works for that same prompt. Then we've got, for familial terms, is Mother Sucker by Kim Boyan and translated by Archana Madhaven, I think. This is an arc. So this comes out, I think, in September too, which is exciting. It comes out on September 1st. I don't remember what it's about at all, but I know it's set in Korea. So there we go. But also works for her kid and is short enough. And then when I just got from the library, but like actually now I own it, and I got it from the library because it's a part of a program that Denver does, which is called One Book, One Denver. And the library picks a book in the year, and then they give it to like everybody basically who wants it. They put it in little libraries. They put it around the city in the hopes that like a bunch of people will read the same book and then be able to talk about it. But that is The Nickel Boys by Colson Whitehead, which is perfect because of the periodic table prompt. So I think this is just under, oh yeah, with the acknowledgements, it's 213 pages. So it works. And I'm excited about that. I haven't read, I've read one book by Colson Whitehead, which was Harlem Shuffle. So I'm looking forward to reading another one by him. Then we have for the color challenge, Love Story Black by William Demby, which also works well for, I think, modern classic. But I can't remember what this one's about either. Which is sad because I got it not that long ago. I feel like actually the books that I have more recently onto my shelves are the books I know the least about, because even though I read the back to decide whether or not I wanted to get them, I haven't talked about them many times already, which I do a lot. So yeah, that I think for the color challenge is going to work well. So those are all the ones that came from my bookshelf that I thought about doing. But then a couple others. Pink Slime for Pink for the color challenge, which a bunch of people recommended and sounds very fun. The Woman in the Purple Skirt, also for the color challenge, also fits. It's like 216 pages. That one sounds so weird and really good. I'm really excited about it. And Jade Green, which I think I already talked about in this, which was a book from my childhood that I never read. But that one's, I actually didn't look up how long that one is, but I'm pretty positive it's under 200 pages. And then I think, and Oranges Are Not the Only Fruit, which is a nonfiction about a woman who was a teacher in North Korea. And I think she was like actually like undercover there too, but she's talking about that. Does that make sense? So yeah, those are, and then Cross Stitch is the book that I have for my book club, which is technically 255 pages, but we're counting it. But yeah, I think that that's everything that I looked into. I don't know exactly which of those I'm going to be like, I definitely want to read these before September ends. That just made me think of Wake Me Up When September Ends, the song. But I think that I could get through like quite a few of those. And I might even I might talk about all of them in the TBR video that I make, and then maybe try to like put them in order of like how I want to read them, like top priority to lower priority, and then just see how many I can get through. I think that could be a lot of fun. Does anybody have any philosophy booktubers? There is one that I watch. He also like has a lot of intersect with booktube, because he does talk about books quite a bit. Ooh, but can I remember his name? I have actually mentioned him on my channel before because I ended up reading a book that he recommended in one of his videos. I'm trying to think of what I could look up to find his channel, like something that I'm just going to look up book philosophy and hope that he comes up. I think there's a good chance. Oh my gosh, he did. Jared Henderson. I would highly recommend for philosophy booktubers. Although if you already watch philosophy booktube, you probably have already watched him, if I'm being honest. But he's very good. Jessica's library card also participates in her kid. Ooh, nice. I like your matchup. Oh, good. Yeah, me too. There was no nonfiction square, so I definitely wanted to do a nonfiction, and then I wasn't sure. Okay, a lot of support. Very glad that I picked this one. And oh, I didn't know there was a film. Wait, that could work for one of the challenges for the shorties thing. Read it earlier this year. It was great. I read it for her kid too. Liked it a lot. That's awesome. Anthology of authors is probably the hardest prompt of the entire challenge for me. Yes, I would agree with that, which is why I did it first. Yeah, it was that one was the hardest. Well, I mean, I guess I can't say that yet. Like I haven't done the other ones, but it felt the hardest for sure. I don't like reading anthology. Ooh, you could do if you do the side quest. If you do a side quest and get, I think it's a prompt spell, you can change it to be like you create your own anthology, and then you actually just have to read a short story, just a short story from. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to hit the microphone. Just a short story for an author, and then a novel, but you don't have to like read the collection that the short story's in. Just any short story. So that might help you out. Oh, other philosophy YouTubers. Thank you very much. I am reading The Simplicity of Cider right now for the Food Pyramid one. Awesome. When you said that, I also thought of Wake Me Up When September Ends. Yeah, the way I said it, like, I managed to complete character to author with 3 books from the Expanse series. The author and the main character are both called James. Duh. Oh my gosh, that's so smart. I actually think I know what I'm going to do for that one now. I think I'm going to be doing Layla so I read a book with main character named Layla. I have Layla Lalami's, right? Lalami? I was saying, I think for a long time, Layla Lamani, but it's Lalami. Okay. The Dream Hotel by her. And the main character of that is named Sarah. And so I'm going to pick, I think, one of Sarah Adams's books. She wrote When in Rome, which is a romance, and there's a follow-up to that one that I've been thinking about reading for a while. So I think I'm going to do that, but it's hard to say right now because I'm so not in the mood to read romance like anytime soon. But I think that makes the most sense because I don't think I'm going to read a Sarah J. Maas. I know there are other Sarahs out there. There are actually like literary fiction Sarahs out there that I could read. But I just need to explore that more. But I feel like Sarah is a pretty easy name in general to get one from. Jared Henderson, yes, thank you. I used the printing press side quest reward to make anthology easier. Yeah, there we go. Pick any short stories rather than them having to be bound together in a single book. Yeah, I think that makes it so much easier. And I definitely would have done that if I hadn't already started reading for it or like picked everything for it before that. But if I was like doing it now, I would definitely be using the side quest. And I actually like anthologies, but I would still be choosing that just because it'd be easier to like pick. I would just like pick short stories that people wrote that are already on my TBR instead of doing like relying so much on the library like I had to for it. Oh, the author directed the film. She died recently. Yeah, I did see that she passed recently. My anthology was a book of lesser known fairy tales. Now I'm literally digging through library archives to find these weird 15th century pseudo royals who wrote fairy tales. Oh my gosh. Sarah Manguso. I don't think that I know anything by her. Sarah Hall, I've definitely heard of. So I'll look into that as well. My author anthology pick is What Writers Read by Pandora Sykes. Perfect to pick the next set of books. Oh, nice. That is smart. I'm going to use printing press if I can't find an anthology I like. Yeah, I do think that I would have had better luck with the second Never Whistle at Night short story collection. So if you like horror, there we go. If you like horror, that's a good one. But yeah, I didn't I was already kind of like committed into something. My mashup is alphabet and translated, and I'm really trying to cover as many languages as possible. That is really impressive and so awesome. For me, hardest is numbers from 1 to 10 because it's so specific, and 10 at that. But I think I'll cheese it like 5th season, Obelisk Gate. 5th season does count. Anything that's like 5th, 4th, 1st, those ones count. Wait, I don't know if 1st counts actually, but I know 5th does. 5th and 4th, 1st has to count. I don't know why. I think it's just because it sounds so different than 1. In my head, I'm like, it shouldn't work. But I'm pretty sure she has said that. And I hope so, because I'm planning on using 5th season for 5. But yeah, the other ones are cheesing it a bit. And I do agree. I did just realize that a book that I have on order from the library, so whenever they get it, I'm getting it, does have 4 in the title. And I'm very happy about that because 4 is one of the numbers that I had like no idea about. But I did finish 1, the number 1. That's all I've done so far. I agree. The number is in the titles is the hardest, and colors, because I don't like being told what a book title has to be. Yeah, I miss it being like cover related for colors. But I'm doing better than I thought I would. But it's definitely like a more difficult one. I read fantasy, sci-fi, and horror for the most part. Any of those would work. Oh, nice. Then yeah, I think that I would take a look at Never Whistle at Night, both the first and then the second one that just came out, or is coming out. I don't actually know if it's out yet. There's an anthology called Birds of Prey. It's by a ton of thriller authors. That's the book I'm using for this prompt. Nice. I think also Once Twice count for numerical titles. Yes, I believe that is true as well. I'm reading 450 from Paddington right now, and it's going to be my 4 and part of my author character challenge. Love that. And for my bookception, I read The Secret History and the Iliad. Nice. I'm currently trying to find a book for one that is also set in a random US state. Did you? I can't remember if you had said that you read Yesteryear, but Yesteryear set in Idaho. That popped up in my brain as one that works. But actually, I think that I was originally going to try to do like books that were also like road trip or like travel-ish books through like middle of the US, just because I happen to have like 2 or 3 of them on my bookshelf. But actually, I think that that's a terrible idea, and it's just making things harder than they need to be. So I'm not going to do that anymore. If anyone needs a book with 10 in the title, How to Lose a Goblin in 10 Days. Yeah, I actually have a lot of recommendations with 10 in them. The 10,000 Doors of January. That's Alex E. Harrow, which I don't really like her books. So doesn't work for me, but could work for others. 10th of December, that's George Saunders. So that could be one. So not only How to Lose a Goblin in 10 Days, How to Lose a Lord in 10 Days, and How to Kill a Guy in 10 Dates. So those are also options. There's 10 Blind Dates. There's 10 minutes, 38 seconds in This Strange World, which I am tempted by. And also one I'm very tempted by, 10 Incarnations of Rebellion. So those 2, I think, those last 2 I said, are I'm going back and forth with which one of those I want to be my pick. But I happen to have that up from the Patreon video I was filming about this very topic of like suggestions and stuff that I went through. Also, my current read would work The Midnight Train, as it mentions a lot of books. Oh yeah, true. And I love, if you want to get through Cassandra Clare, The Mortal Instruments. I haven't read anything from Cassandra Clare, but the Mortal Instruments, didn't they do a TV show? I feel like I watched like an episode of that because Harry Shum Jr. is in it, and I really I really had an obsession with him for a bit there. And I was very excited to see him in this very like, I don't know, gender bending feeling role. Or at least as gender bending as things got at that time period. But yeah, I watched like a little bit of that show, I remember. I'm going to read Checkout 19 for the additional number prompt. Heard great things about it, and it recommends so many other books. Oh, nice. I think I'm going to do The Girl with 1,000 Faces, but I also have 100 Years of Solitude, which I think counts for 100. And then I'm not sure if the 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle works because it's 7.5. I feel like that works as a non 1 through 10 number. I haven't read The Book Wanderers, but it would also count. It's a middle grade. Okay. 10 minutes and 38 seconds in the Strange World is wonderful. I have heard incredible things about it. 10 Great Mysteries. Oh, I didn't think about doing things like that. Where it's like a collection of mysteries or something. Because I feel like Sherlock Holmes has something similar. How to Defeat a Demon King in 10 Easy Steps. 10 in the title and 10 words long. Oh, it doesn't sound like something I want to read. It oddly sounds like a cozy fantasy, but it might not be. It might not be. Almost tempted to buy my daughter a new 10 minutes to ED education for numerical books. Quick, easy, and it's a book. Something. That seems like a good opportunity for both of you. Evelyn Hardcastle title is only 7 in the British version. How interesting. Huh. I already know what my 7's going to be, which I technically did talk about earlier in this, which is A Brief History of 7 Killings by Marlon James, because this was on my TBR Spin stack, but got swapped off today. I have not read the Demon King book. It's just on my list of maybes. Okay. Yes, I need a strong list of maybes for 10 word titles, which is why that was so appealing to me. Even though I don't know that I want to read it. I'll have to look into it. I mistyped. Oh, okay. No worries. In the last sprint, finished the first season of Link Click, which the ending was diabolical. It sounds like it. 11, 22, 63, Stephen King for out of 1 through 10. They changed the title to 7.5 Deaths in the US because it was out the same time as 7 Husbands of Evelyn Hugo. Yeah, it was kind of funny that those were published at about the same time. And I had a very hard time remembering which was Evelyn Hugo and which was Evelyn Hardcastle for a bit there. But then I read 7 Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, and then it became easier. I'm going to do Mickey 7. Brief History of 7 Killings has been on my TBR for ages. My friends and I were going to do a buddy read, and we all gave up pretty quickly. Oh no. Well, if you want to give it another shot, I'll be reading it somewhat soon, because the numbers one is on one of my more difficult ones. But I definitely won't be reading it in September because it is not short by anyone's definition. But yeah, okay. So that is going to do it for today. Thank you all so much for joining me. Thank you for all your booktube recommendations, your book recommendations, and your Her Kid specific book recommendations. This was really great. Also, thanks for signing me up for yet another reading challenge, of course, as always. Penguin Book of Japanese short stories. I feel like that would work well for me. I have a lot of Japanese literature right now on my radar. And a lot of Korean literature. But yes, great chats. Thank you so much, everybody. And hopefully very soon you'll be seeing Her Kid episode 1. I'm working on it. It's happening. And besides that, I will see you next month for more reading sprints. Thanks. Bye, everyone. Thank you. Bye.